Hello. Sorry for the long pause there. Sorry. I've said long pause, and now I'm thinking of things. Sorry for the huge pause. Anyways, I, went to go get some water. Went to go get some stuff downstairs. Came back upstairs. Realized I needed to get something else downstairs. So, that's what's going on. I am an affiliate now. Which I haven't set up like everything I need to set up for an affiliate. So like basically, I am an affiliate now, um, but I don't have any emotes or any sub things set up. So that's something. And when I started stream, there was a server error, so I was also a little bit like, oh, you know what? It's probably gonna take. It might take 10 minutes. So yeah. Oh shoot, you know what? Hang on, let me do a couple things. I gotta make sure of a few things. Get that AMD Adrenaline software running. Okay, so I was hoping to have done this before stream, but, you know, it is what it is. I want to see if... Jeez. Sorry. I want to see if I can store the Fury in one of these bays. I'm looking at it now, and I'm not super hopeful. The volume is definitely there, but I think... like, if I'm gonna do this, I might want to go in, like, sideways. Also, my weapons weren't working. That seems odd, right? Unless they're turned off. Okay, so let's just... here. Oh, it's so close! So close. No. No, it's not gonna do. Well, that's okay. I feel like I might have tried putting a Fury in the back of a... in the back. But, we'll see. Oh, also, I was doing some stuff yesterday. Another streamer, Darwin. I don't know what his actual Twitch username is. You know, he's my most recent follow. I don't know if that helps, but so I was doing some stuff in Star Citizen, and seems I might have gotten myself stuck. Well, that's fun. Hang on. Can fix this pretty easily. Oh, you know, I also have to admit, so I started, and I went to Grimhex to get the pirate backpack. They need to make more backpacks with, like, I don't care if they make I don't care if they make more backpacks or just make more colors. I do think there should also be, you know, some genuine trade-offs here and there for stuff. They mentioned EVA packs and like I don't know if EVA packs were supposed to come with engineering, or if those EVA changes were supposed to happen with engineering, but anyway, that's another point entirely. There's one singular backpack that could possibly go with this outfit that I have, and I ain't got it. Oh, it doesn't want to. Okay. Excuse me. Jesus. I was hoping that I was going to be able to just take the Fury separately, but oh well. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to figure that out. Yeah. But yeah. It would be real nice. Real nice. Oh, you know, also... Oh, dude. They, just realized they also did a thing. They took the script, the mercenary script, off of the, Wicklow trades, and everybody hated that because, like, that's just... That literally means that the script, like, would have meant nothing. They added it back. And I think it does raise, you know, some good points about, like, hey, you know, this could be a seasonal thing. Or not seasonal necessarily, but, like, well, maybe seasonal, maybe, hey, we're only gonna do this. We're only going to, you know, have this trade be active at, you know, whenever this material is, you know, in high demand or whatever. Or a seasonal thing, or whatever. Because I do think the idea with Wicklow is not that Wicklow is trading, the idea isn't that Wicklow, that you're trading goods for Wicklow and then they're taking those goods and turning them into items. They might be doing that, especially in some of the cases, but, like, it's more, I want this thing, and I have this thing, or have the means to get this thing, so you give me this item, and I will give you this item. And, so, you know, and I think probably at some point there will be a demand. Like, the script is something that, yeah, that will be a... That seems like a pretty standard trade, right? Pretty standard, pretty hard not to, be able to... You know, you can use that anytime. So let's see, I'm trying to think. What did... What else was there? What else? Oh, the monthly report? The thing? Hey, Solar. The multi-chat is, lagging behind, it looks like. And it is lagging behind, good lord. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Does auto-loading, unloading work since you did cargo earlier? Yes, it does seem to work. At least with, the stations that I've been to. Well, I wonder... Oh, I didn't try auto-loading. I'm sorry. I did not try that. I think I did try selling stuff directly from the Starlancer. No, I didn't. I did not try that. No, I did do auto-loading one time, and it did work. But the freight elevator stuff, at the very least, did work. And I think it did auto-load stuff as well. And actually... Yeah, let me see if... Well, okay, here, how about this? How about this? I'm at Everest Harbor right now. If you can look up a trade, I will get out of my ship. Or I'll get out of the MTC. I will store the Starlancer, and we can load up 432 SCU containers of something, and we can just see how that works. We can fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our site.
And I'm preferably something that's like somewhere around R-Corp, but I guess I'm not super picky. I guess R-Corp or Microtech? And if you don't look up a thing, then I'm just gonna have to look up something, so... You know. And it does not even need to be like, it needs to be profitable, but it doesn't need to be super profitable. Okay. Let's see, Starlancer, gotta make sure that it is the Starlancer as well. Yeah, it is, it do be like that. Oh wow. Estimated load time, 1 minute and 55 seconds. Okay. But yeah. Let's see. I want to make a joke about the monthly report that, well, the Vault shotgun is a lie. They didn't mention anything about it in the monthly report, so it doesn't exist. But, there's not too much else on the monthly report, aside from saying that, hey, the Vault shotgun that apparently is out, I don't think has ever been mentioned. Very possibly has never been mentioned in a monthly report. So, I mean, to be clear for those uninitiated with the Idris thing, um, yes, they're getting, temporary access to an Idris. They, um, they didn't want to melt the servers. This is just a thing that the top tier subscribers get. They get early access, or they get access to a ship as soon as it's out. Temporary access to a ship. And I don't know exactly how long it is. It might be a week. But just, in case somebody reads that, oh, subscribers just get an Idris, what? But, yeah, and they should have gotten it, like, the first, during Invictus. They didn't, because they didn't want a huge amount of people to just have access to a, they didn't want everybody to just have an Idris during Invictus and have the servers completely melt. I'm not too picky. Sorry, what am I looking for? Oh, there's probably some stuff I can sell here, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I'd rather do a station. Just because I don't want to run around a landing zone. That is true. We could do some stuff in Microtech, though. Sorry, I feel very... like my... feel very chaotic today, apparently. I'm also thinking... okay, so by the way, I'm affiliate now. I assume that Twitch just changed their requirements for affiliate, so, like... that happened. But I haven't set any of the stuff up, so... but I do think that... maybe because of that, multi-chat needs some more authorization that I'm not seeing an option for, so we'll see. Well, solar. Okay, if we're gonna... okay, is there any place... any place... any station in Stanton that I can go besides Magnus Jump Point? Or the Magnus Station? Because I'll go there. But I would prefer anything faster, even if it isn't for as much profit. Ah, shuckles. Got distracted. Hmm. Seraphim? Okay, I'm not going to Seraphim.
Welcome
Nothing wrong with
to
Seraphim,
the
but
ASOP
yeah.
vehicle retrieval system.
I will
Vehicle has been
also
moved to
say that for some reason it seems like this. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So yesterday I was playing with a group mentioned earlier. I was playing with a group with Misty and a couple other people on somebody else's stream. You know, I don't know. It does have me thinking that like thinking about just like multi-crew gameplay. I'm like, you know, I think I don't do well in groups. Not that I was playing terribly, just like there's some level of like yeah. I don't know. There's some level of like anxiousness that I get. Which is basically to say I think I'd probably prefer a group of like maximum 3 people. Maybe not okay. Like a soft maximum of 3 people and like a hard max of like 5. Hmm. Which also has and I mean like that's just like that's a personal thing. Perfect for perfect for reclaimer crew. Why is speaking so difficult? Jesus Christ. But that is true. That is true. But it does get me thinking about like what ships I actually want. I'm like I don't know. Be curious. Be interesting to see how that plays out. Hmm. That's fair. Well, there is also when you're thinking about like what well, okay. I mean like if you have a bunch of turret gunners and a hammerhead, I mean they're going to be sitting around for some amount of time, but that's not quite the same thing. That is true. That is true. But okay, before we go, I did not actually look at the cargo. I don't know if I guess I could have opened the doors third person here, but the game doesn't want to crash. We'll just visually check because the only space we have for 432 SCU containers is the belly. So okay, we got it. We got it. We're good. That is totally my MO though. Just think that you're good and then just completely have forgotten one crucial bit of preparation. Oh my god. But yeah, see, I am wondering though, if the game wants to. Okay. I don't want to jinx myself. Giving Star Citizen a solid chance to just blue screen. So if we just crash intermittently, just know that I love you all and will miss you dearly. I'm just trying to think of what ships would be good for a crew of 3. Reclaimer? Yeah. And well, also, I should also say that I am curious how it would play out in a larger group of like you've got maybe a squadron of 3 people doing stuff in the context of a larger fleet operation, or just a 3-man fire team running around. You know, that kind of a thing. That could be interesting. But yeah, so let's see. 3-person ships. I think there's a pretty good selection of like you've got the 600i, 400i. And I mean like okay, so you know, ideally we don't want any turrets unoperated, unmanned. And we want you know, I mean, maybe if we can have a spare person just to function as an engineer depending on the size of the ship, but that's, you know, we don't know how engineering gameplay is really gonna, what the meta around it is going to be. Maybe your engineer can also double as a gunner, and that works perfectly fine. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But see what else? The M2, the Star Runner, and I think the 890. If I didn't mention the 890, which does leave a lot of Origin ships, which is kind of funny. And ideally, like if you're gonna do like ground operations or whatever, you would take like a Pisces. You would park the ship, the 890 at least. You would you know, park it in orbit and then take it down and take down a runabout or maybe deploy a ground vehicle, but you know, we'll have to see. I'm still kind of thinking that I'm really curious what the yeah. I mean the thing is the it is kind of funny because I kind of wrote off the 890, it's like, it's too much ship for me. But theoretically, it might be okay. I would still want like a variant that isn't luxury based, but that's also really if that happens, which I think it is an if, but regardless of that, it's not happening anytime soon. 600i rework is not anytime soon either. I think the 400i is the 400i, if they did the rework that I had heard somebody say and replaced the empty refrigerated component bays with a med bay, I would love that. There's no reason to believe that will happen. It could happen, probably not. That would be a very interesting ship, though. You know, I think that's pretty fair to say. But like, well, yeah. The 400 and 600 are definitely, in that regard, they're kind of waiting on stuff to happen. It could be a variant thing. Yeah, actually, no, that would make a decent amount of sense, I think. Yeah, if there was a transport variant that had just, some seating, and all your luxury, your drink maker, the mix master. But I think like an exploration variant that had that did have like a med bay, for long excursions. I think that would be, I think that'd be pretty good. Yeah, actually, the transport is a very, very good idea. Unfortunately, I guess that would probably also be after 1.0, but which is a real shame to think about, but although in all fairness, we don't know what the luxury seats actually are going to look like. They might be really big. Like unnecessarily. But again, we don't know. So also I saw that you were in game, Solar, so I don't want to ask too much of you. I want to see one bit of information if I can find it. Let's see. I gotta remember armory.the space coder. Some reason I just remember it as the armory, and that isn't super helpful. There's a backpack. God, what? This website is not built for phone. Sucks. Oh yeah, no, I'm probably just not gonna want to do that then. There's a particular backpack that, fashion citizen, Star Fashion, of course. I have the yellow Aryl backpack that you can just buy at any station. And I think, like, to really complete the look, which it's not the best looking backpack for what I got going on, but I would like to get one of the silver one, but that is a gear store thing, which means it hopefully is in the loot pool, but I don't know if there's a best place to find it. Probably not, but it'd be good to look it up. And I don't want to open another tab, or or my computer might explode. I think it's probably just not likely to show up anywhere, frankly. Not likely to show up anywhere, but can show up everywhere. Best found in loot boxes.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Oh. Is there any indication of whether it's like the bunker style loot boxes or the Hathor group or the Hathor location loot boxes? Star Citizen is not having fun tonight. Damn. That's okay. Because I think, like... I think on... a lot of the inventories, it'll just list the... like, this sort of crate that it can be found in. They'll just list it as, like, area... _3 _red _crate _A03 or something. That is true. That is true. What is rare, though?
Pleasant stay.
Like, in the grand scheme of things? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things... Oh my god. I don't know if you've been on Reddit, but, like, there's, like, everybody was just exploding about, like, PvE versus PvP, and there's a lot of, like... And I saw a lot of things of just, hey... This is an alpha, like there's stuff that's just not done, chill. Like, for instance, I'm just thinking like, one thing that I find a lot in the, you know, in those Hathor group locations is like Castack armor. Castack, I would not assume is like super rare, difficult to find armor. I mean, I don't know, maybe there is something about it that, yeah, for some reason it actually is hard to find, but, you know, like, if that's supposed to be the case, I don't know. Would be a fun thing to look and see. Because they also have a, they also have a few things. They have, kind of talked about, but I don't, and like I could be wrong, but they've talked about like, at least on the Galactopedia with like company profiles sort of thing, you know, about a bunch of different armor manufacturers that aren't in game, and like, I just really like the idea of, you know, just this giant plethora of armor, and everything sort of fits into its own little place in the universe and in the lore. like, you know, for one sort of thing, civilian armor. Um, like, well, okay, I mean, so what's like combat armor, what's civilian armor, what's industrial armor, what's exploration armor? And like, that's, you know, there's a lot of things that go into that. Rarity and like how much you find of anything is definitely one. It's definitely part of that. Hmm. I've got no demand on this scrap. Which isn't to say that they don't sell it, just that they. Or they don't. Not to say that they don't buy it. Damn. It's always something. Let me. While I'm here. Does Area 18 and New Babbage, do they both have, also have, they also buy scrap? I would assume so. In which case, if I'm going there, I can just do stuff. I can just sell it there. No problem, but... Oh wow, they really don't sell a lot of stuff. I also really wish they just added more colors of backpacks. I mentioned it earlier, but like... that would make... that, I think, would be relatively not a lot of effort and would make a lot of people happy.
Hi, welcome to the store. Hi, welcome.
Also, now I'm thinking about it. I wonder if people would... There's also probably gonna need to be some element of like... oh, you know, like you should not be wearing a backpack at all times. Um, which, you know, to make wearing a backpack more special, and also maybe to incentivize, hey, you don't have to be wearing a backpack at all times. But, yeah. But I think that would all, I mean, you know, there's a lot to that. Oh, but you know, that also, I also just remembered. Um, So, Solar, how have you been enjoying the Regen Crisis event?
What?
Because up until this point, and I don't know exactly when it clicked for me, but like, I was like, oh, they're talking about this event that's going to happen. They're, talking about this event that's going to happen. There's nothing really happening in game. Ah, okay, and then they added, some wild lines, in the in the hospitals. Ah, okay. So they, I mean, they're getting some stuff, but it hasn't actually started yet. And just like, no, they think that it started. They are considering the regen crisis to have started. Like, there's not really any, like, there's, as far as I know, right? There's not really anything in game to like showcase that it's happening. I think in the monthly report they teased like an actual global event um to, actually show that something is happening in the universe. And I'm just like, I've been like, okay. So, like they, didn't do so great with the, whole fight for Pyro thing. A lot of people had some negative opinions of it, but at the end of the day, like, they'll fix it. And when they start on the Regen Crisis event, but it's like, no, they, like, in their minds, Regen Crisis has been going on since April. And it doesn't feel like it to me. And there doesn't have to be a huge save the world type event going on to signify that there is an event. But just like, oh, suddenly now medical supplies are much more expensive. There's, even just, the wild lines are definitely a thing. Potentially, some different increases in, um, differences in what missions get shown more. Oh, now you see more. Now you see more thingamabobs, more rescue missions. Um, like there are things that they could do make to make the whole thing interesting, but in my opinion, they've kind of failed at that. Now, the event that I'm very interested in the event that I've heard about, which is like basically you are working for a bunch of different companies. You can choose which companies to work for, getting them resources, and you can actually see a bar showing who's in the lead. And that sounds cool. I don't know how involved I will actually want to be with that, but it sounds cool. Hopefully it's a little bit more than just cargo running, but even if it is just, if it's just a little bit of cargo running that I can do on the side or something, then that's fine. But at the end of the day, there is a lot to all of that. I'll also be really curious because, like, there are some other elements of things that I wonder how they're gonna handle stuff. So, if I can provide a more vague sentence that doesn't drive the conversation forward at all. Sorry. With like in 411, they mentioned having like, well, we want to have these sort of generic, hey, this is a mercenary company, and they're sort of universal. You can do work for like Blackjack and for Area 18, for R-Corp, for Microtech. You can do mercenary work for them, but they're not really, they don't really have a lot of huge growth, and the idea is that you are expected to sort of take your business, and you can kind of just go wherever you want, and presumably also just sort of travel at your own leisure, and potentially like you might leave Stanton to go to because Stanton maybe only has, rank 3 mercenary missions, but you have to go to, Castra or Pyro or Nyx to get rank 5 mercenary missions, or, something like that. So the idea of adding like individual corporations that maybe, they're sort of like, oh, you go here, you do some work for them, and you get, you can progress with them, you can like get some faction rewards, but you can, and also get guild rep at the same time. I don't know if that's, I mean, that seems like the sort of direction they're going. I don't really know, but eh. But yeah, yeah, that being said, I know Gemini is headquartered on R-Corp, so I'm kind of curious. I doubt that they would have any invested interest in the, like, I mean, I'm sure that obviously, like, they're living creatures. The regen crisis is a huge thing that affects everybody. A weapons manufacturer definitely has an interesting relationship with, medical research, but they probably wouldn't be racing to find a cure to regen crisis, so. Also love to hear if I don't know. I'd love to hear like what their plans for the next few weapons are, FPS weapons. And frankly, also ship weapons. It would be nice to know what they're going to do with ship weapons. I assume that ships and a lot of things, ship weapons, reworks and all that kind of stuff, like they're just waiting on Maelstrom, so that like you have the physicalized armor that, and you don't have to do all the work to, oh, we're gonna rework this ship, but we're gonna have to rework it again. Even if we like, assume this or that, we have we know we're still going to probably have to make some slight adjustments, even if we get it pretty close. So, like, eh. But I really like, they didn't have any mention about, they didn't mention anything about the Vault shotgun in the monthly report. And actually, I am curious now. I will check. If they did mention it in the previous monthly report. Because I'm not 100% sure if they did or did not, and it would not be fair to just assume that they didn't. April 2025. Let's see. They do have a lot of mentions about FPS radar and scanning, which is good. And actually, they did mention about, like, some technical progress on it. Oh. I'm not seeing anything, but also I want to... Let's see. We're going back to March. I think it would be weapon content, and I have not seen weapon content. But even then, I'm assuming that when I see weapon content, it's going to be about the courts. In February, the character team kicked off a new creature, continued to work through Starware art debt, and progress with 2 new stealth armors? Did we get stealth armors anytime soon? Anytime recently? I don't think so. Alright, I'm at the January monthly report, and I'm kind of like... Is it weapon content? Because I'm just not seeing anything for weapon content in any of the monthly reports. Which seems off, but I could just be missing something. Excuse me. Let's do some missions first. Defend occupants. Trying to. I do. Okay, I want to go run around a distribution center. Goldenrod Work Center. You know what weapon I really want to see? I really, really want to see them make. And like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, they kind of already are doing this with the Castac weapons. But like just the cheapest, like lowest end Saturday night special sort of guns. Like I'd love to see them make something like that that just looks cheap, like plastic, painted, like painted finish. Maybe it's painted chrome. And like I mean painted chrome. You know, that sort of a thing. And like made by somebody like Sakura-san, who is like this just giant conglomerate of we make things. What the fuck was that? That was in-game, right? I'm pretty sure that was in-game. That just sounded like... Well, it sounded like an explosion in atmosphere. It was definitely in-game. Also. At least I am relatively confident it was. So I will say that, yeah, so the MTC, I think I somehow neglected to mention that, yeah, the last time yesterday, I brought the MTC out and it just fucking exploded on nothing. And, then my Reliant also exploded on nothing. So that was a thing. And actually, now that I'm looking at this right now, I'm kind of amazed that I was that ballsy. I also do really like the way that these distribution centers are set up. I just wish that the game overall ran a little bit smoother. But, you know, it is what it is. Especially because, like, seriously, there's... that dude... doing their own thing. And I'm here probably gonna mess them up. If they haven't gotten messed up already. You know what's also crazy? That, like, I really need to just go and do this. Back in the day when capacitors were a thing and it wasn't just, like, power distribution, I had to rearrange some of the keybinds just for my convenience. So F4 is the default key. If they mess me up, then that'll be unfortunate. Be kind of a waste of their time and a waste of my time. Lose-lose situation. F4 is the default third-person camera control. I rebinded that to F7, and it just doesn't. I don't need F4 to be the thing that it used to be. But I just been too lazy to change it back. I mean, this is like maybe a year at this point. For how long should have made that change. Oh, I forgot to... oh, shit. I did forget to get a two-handed tractor beam. It is okay. It's As long as I'm careful and don't flip the thing.
Systems activating. Systems on. Weapons on.
Alright, we just gotta close the door. We already getting shot at? No, not yet. It's kind of funny, because correct me if I'm wrong, but the Ursa cargo grid doesn't work. So, like, and I don't know if it has internal storage. If it does, then,
Attack on shields.
oh wow. Oh, also the little cargo rack in the back, I really think that it is kind of extremely useless. Like at some point, I do hope that that thing does eventually become useful, but I just don't see that happening anytime soon. Oh. How do you unlock being able to buy the glaive? Asking for a friend. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. How expensive is the glaive? Like 300 something? 200 something? For some reason, the first thought about what the price would be is like 350 is what comes to my mind, but I don't know where that's coming from. In Asgard? Oh, so what is that? What is that, 250? Oh my god. I know some ship prices, I don't know every ship price. Good lord. Let's run around here a little bit. $350? Why was 350 the first thing that came to mind? That's terrifying. I mean, I'm sure I've looked at it. I've like, scrolled past what the price is when you know, just looking at all the ships and all my hopes and dreams. But I don't know why I would remember Don't know why in the hell I would remember the glaive of all things. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I really like the current glaive that we have. I don't hate the one that they have shown and have said that they're upgrading to. I don't hate that, but I really like the one we have now. My mind, it looks like a Tavaran ship. That's fair, that's fair. What gun do you have? Did you have? S71, gosh darn. Oh yeah. Well, you'll be able to earn it in-game in some form at some point. But yeah. You know what? Store credit actually is pretty good. Is a pretty important. Honestly, it is a pretty important thing to consider there. So usually you're supposed to keep your head down when your cover gets shot at. Just, you know. I'm not gonna claim to be an expert, but I'm pretty sure if you just out of nowhere hear one singular shot, that's probably that's kind of a extremely suspicious. Would not recommend peeking out of cover for that. Oh, Solar, did you see the stream yesterday? Or just saw that it was happening? Cuz I got to go got to go back and watch it. There was a point where I had a tier 2 injury and we were using attack, so I couldn't heal it. So instead we just, went and so I just, used all the drugs to accommodate it. And fair enough. So at one point, the first time ever I've had too high of a blood drug level to be able to function normally, which is just you're drunk, basically. Without the fun side of being drunk. Which was, an experience. I don't think that probably didn't come through very well. Because at that point, I was like, I was kind of just pushing ahead on my own. Which is also part of the thing with, like, I don't know. Fewer people, it feels like it's probably easier to coordinate. I was about to point that out myself, yeah. Let's just get this armor, it's fine. I can't wait for the day that, you know, we're just, where there's like, oh, I need to get the fortifier helmet because because if I break it down, it'll give me like, you know, 0.2 SCU of titanium, and I really need that titanium to make this other thing. What the fuck am I looking at? Is that... Oh, that is a person. Hello, person. Goodbye, person. Oh, I was also doing the mission that had the... That was at the, you know, more elevated part of the distribution center, and I did not realize that you could shoot through those grates. I think I tried to do that before and it didn't work for some reason, but it actually is a thing you can do. So, by the way, actually, is this... Yeah! Okay, I think that's a computer. Which isn't an actual component you can, you know, change out right now, but I saw a few of those around and I was like, ah, that's gotta be something. Oh geez, what? Okay. Run! Oh, how did I do that? Without... I did not assume that I had taken them out, but I guess I did. Oh, can I take this jumpsuit? I did also pick up a medical Ursa, and yes, I did deliberately choose to not use it. Because I make good decisions. Definitely good decisions. Oh, I did also manage, and I mean, this is just a thing that you're gonna have to take my word for, but I did manage to, in that same mission with at the vertical oil rig sort of place, I did manage to throw a grenade perfectly on top of somebody and kill them with a grenade. It was glorious. Oh, I didn't realize you could do this. Which makes sense, but I just never thought to try that. Well, we'll see if I can manage. Spoiler, I won't be able to manage. Oh, can I fit a... Hell yeah. Now I'm also trying to think. So, just the thought of like the crafting stuff. It's hard to like theorize too much about it, just because obviously there's like we just don't know a lot. We know the general concepts, but we definitely don't know the meta of what's going to be the best armor or not. Like, I would love to say that, hey, this outfit is the outfit that I'm just going to be rocking out through with for the rest of the game, but I have no idea if this could be the worst armor ever, as it turns out, for all I know. Oh, what did you... Oh, hey. If that's yours, then you can take that. That's fine. Just gonna get in my MTC, which I hopefully closed the door on. Did I not close the door on this? Oh, god damn. That's okay. I just want to drive around and see if I can find any good containers. No, also... Sorry, I was gonna say... I wanted to ask, like... Do you have an idea, Solar, of, like, what outfit you want to use? For, like, 1.0 and everything? Like, what is the armor that you plan on rocking? With the... And how much is, like, the idea of, like, Starwear and being able to... That is true. That is great. And how much does, like, Starwear do you think is going to affect your decisions there with, do I want to wear clothes and armor? Do I want to wear just armor? Do I want to wear just clothes for some reason? Or do I see myself doing this? That is true. Because I think, like, I'd like to have things as simple as I can. So really, I guess what I want to have is just preferably a combat suit and a flight suit. And if there are limitations, like you can't wear a flight suit in like you can't wear a flight suit in a landing zone and I need to have a clothing outfit, then fine, I'll wear your full sort of outfit thing. But do you think that there's any chance that you'll have any interest in looking at clothes? Because I mean, you also have to consider, right, that part of that whole thing, part of that is that like the outfit that I'm wearing right now, maybe not the specific outfit, but I could probably throw on like a jacket over it, and that's just a thing I can do. Or a trench coat or whatever, or a poncho or something. Which, like, does that really count at that point? Because it's, like... It's one relatively small part of the whole thing. Yeah, that's fair. That's also what I figured. Like I said, I mean, I'm definitely like I'm cool with the idea of going like, hey, I want to, I don't want to min-max as much. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I don't like the look of any medium armor, so I'm only going to do with the light armor, even though light armor just doesn't suit my playstyle at all. Um, I'd be more like, well, I'll find what I like. That's a good balance of what I like and is functional. But, like, I just don't see clothes being... Again, I don't see clothes being too much of a thing there unless, like... I mean, unless they do add a bit of expense to, like, undersuits and armor in general, because, like... That... I mean, I guess that would probably be a decent way to do it, but... Where clothes are just really cheap... And, like, there'll probably be a good amount of situations where you can just do combat missions in a breathable atmosphere. But, it's not really what the sort of current meta feels like, right? So who the hell knows? Hello, are you gonna get upset at me walking around with your S71s? Is this a restricted area or no? It's nice that they're not, damn. Well, elaborate, get blasted. Also, I guess the Invictus last year Sakura Sun must have sponsored, because this is not exactly the color scheme, but this is pretty close to the color scheme. For the Best in Show paints. You're not gonna find a lot of armor here, I'm guessing, but you can find armor and stuff. Also, I think the containers might be unique. And I'm also not the only one. I'm also not the only one with this idea. Oh, hey. Gotta love them dead bodies. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, I just saw my life flash before my eyes. Actually, I just saw my life disappear for a moment, consumed utterly and totally by the void. Is in its own right, maybe a little bit more terrifying, but I'm also not super sure what the armor lockers look like, if they are the same or if they are different. Wanna say that they're different? But I don't know. Hello, Sakura-san, executive. How's it going? Oh, hey, look. Pretty sure it's a hanger item. Also, why the fuck is it so dark? Listen, I enjoy a good dark room. This is kind of goofy. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I think I want to go lower. I'm looking for like the security rooms. I think there might be some stuff in the vents that are worth checking out. But yeah. Employee lounge. Yes, this is definitely the area I was thinking of. All these are locked, I think. Yep. Oh, this is all they get for bathrooms? Hot damn. Look at the Idris that has like just a way more, I don't really want to say intense setup, but like, I mean, the Idris can handle a lot of poops at simultaneously. A lot of showers. That is not the thing I want to pull out here. A grenade. I thought there was a security room. Maybe it was on the other side? I guess it was probably on the other side. May as well just check it out since I'm here. Yep. Well, that's also probably tells me if there's any. Tells me there's no loot there, probably. Presumably. Which is fine. It's nice that Sakura-san is so chill about everything. Alright, we're going to get back to security checkpoint 2, presumably. Not maintenance shaft 2. Son of a bitch. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Probably one of these elevators then. Yep. And I could be wrong, but I think security checkpoint 2 is where I want to go. Ugh. That was a little bit of a diversion, I do recognize. Wonder what psychological effect working in this hot pink environment would have on a person. Especially if there's just random doors to the void. See if I jump for it, it's probably not gonna end well for me. So I will just take the slow path so I don't die. Thank you very much. I did like that one mission when I went to Hurston, where it was the same, thing, but it had you going into one of the inventory rooms with all the crates. That I did enjoy. But also, I'm not seeing. So, if you want to find those consumables, this is the place to go, very clearly, because you will find them very, very, very easily. Um. Also wonder, do you think it could be sensible, or do you think they could manage it to make a thing where... So, probably you're not going to, as a part of base building, you're probably not going to be able to make distribution centers exactly, in terms of the look, but functionally, like a place that produces goods, that stores goods, that gets things exported, that potentially, could also, the game could recognize as a location and have spawn missions in, potentially. Wonder if there's any potential of, like, just, hey, as an org, we have as an org, we have this base and we just need people to patrol it, and that's literally what some people just, their entire game session is just patrolling around a place doing missions like this. Although, in all fairness, I probably wouldn't want, if I was doing something like that, and if I was doing something like that, and a bunch of Ninetales or a bunch of NPC enemies just spawned in my base, I'd be a little... Probably wouldn't be too happy about that, in all fairness. You know, aside from the fact that this sort of a little elevator setup thing would be a pain in the ass to actually like manage inventory in, I really like the look of it. Oh, I guess it's not an elevator. Oh, interesting. Oh no. Lights on. And maybe in third person. Maybe you should, not go that way. Definitely. Oh my god. I'm not gonna just plow through some dudes. Oh my god, really? Trying to I don't think there's a good way to get off because that dude's fucking blocking the way with their Avenger. There has to be some, because I can't go through the facility. I've tried with the MTC and it's too tall, which is actually genuinely kind of funny in its own right, but oh, there we go. I am absolutely terrified that I am just going to explode spontaneously. You have to admit. We're just gonna park this thing up and then leave. Well, not leave. Park it up, do the mission. Yeah. I was gonna say, nah, we don't really need to do that, but it's okay. Why does my head decide to look in the oddest of places?
Weapons.
Oh, jeez. I mean, how much... I mean, how much damage does... does it do? Do rockets do? Also, what the fuck do you mean additional targets detected? Those are inventory boxes, they're not scrap. Now, what's on the inside of them? And could that be considered scrap? From a certain point of view. Maybe. I really hope that dude is not the additional hostile. Would not appear to be. Would also appear that the enemies are not over here. Which I can now say with some certainty. I also do not have the... This is also... extremely poor conditions for shootability. Oh my god, the freaking visor. I saw some lights over there. We can't see shit. Jesus. Yeah, that would appear to be fatty. Shit, what? Oh my god. Game freezing up like that is getting old. Alright, politics in chat. Sorry to the dude who did not come here for combat missions, presumably, is now getting drawn into combat missions. What am I looking at? Yep. I'd really appreciate it if they just got the fucking FPS radar and scanning stuff in. It's gonna, like, I genuinely am thinking now that, like, this is... I really hope that it's something that gets in by the end of the year, but, like, sure I've mentioned my thoughts on this. Wow, okay. What, there's more? Good lord. Like, at this point I'm thinking that there's a solid chance that there's just no features at all this year, because, like, they need to do a tech preview before it needs to go to tech preview before they before it goes to live, and it has not gone into a, you know, I haven't seen a tech preview yet, so presumably. I mean, I want space game politics in space game. Politics, excuse me. But, I'll look this poor motherfucker. Died doing my mission. Thank you, GG's to whoever you are with the... I hate to say it, but also I totally will, that a poor, terrible, garbage fashion sense. I mean, like, that's part of what makes, you know, I mean, that's part of the thing that's gonna drive the universe, and all is, the world, and the politics of the world, or of the game world, are going to be a big thing, so... It is crucial to the story they want to tell, so... like it or not, it's kind of, yeah, it's gonna kind of have to be a thing. Now, I mean, how exactly everything's going to play out because is going to be very interesting because one of the key political things is Stanton versus, or I'm sorry, is Sol versus Terra. Where should the capital of the human empire be? Should it be on Earth? Should it stay on Earth? Or should it move to Terra? And that is going to be a whole thing. But because of the way they've decided to do 1.0 also means that also means that we're going to be very biased. Potentially, we might be extremely biased. If they allow players to vote for players as the Imperator, but gotta be honest, I don't see that happening. Wait a minute. Hello? Nobody saw that. Actually, that's very forgiving. Now that I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Can I am attempting to heal this NPC. And I can't. Sorry. Look, I'm trying here. I'm trying. But they didn't. They decided to just not give me the gosh darn markers. So I'm doing my best. I mean, really, it's their fault for sending an employee out while there's still enemies about. At least the storms died down. For all the good that'll do me. Maybe they're hanging out by this other dude's ships. The fuck? That? I think that's the an engine or a thruster off of a raft? Hmm. That is Argo Orange, though. You know, let me just try something, which I should have tried earlier, but... What the hell? Oh my, you've got to be kidding me. Really? Oh my god. Of all the shenanigans, that? Okay. So FPS radar and scanning would be nice. Although, you know what, in all fairness though, no guarantee there's not just gonna be as many bugs. Maybe that wasn't an employee. Maybe that was just somebody who was in a suit, who was, you know, lurking around. I don't know. I mean, if he did, that was, you didn't really move that much. Jesus, for one thing, dude in the Avenger, holy fuck, man. What are you doing? This motherfucker better not get on my ship. Oh, jeez. Oh, give me 1 second. I gotta turn my air conditioning on so I don't die. Okay. So I guess we go into New Babbage. Oh my goodness. I guess we're going to New Babbage in a hot minute. Ooh, I wonder how the Switch 2's launch is gonna go. 'Cause I feel like there is a lot of sentiment that is just like, this is, man, Nintendo's fucking stupid. But I also feel like a lot of that sentiment has died down recently. Oh, you are shitting me. What? What the fuck are you talking about? You goofy game. It better be daytime. I do not want to try and fly this thing super slowly or super carefully. Want to get in. I just want to glomp this landing pad. That's what I want to do. Hmm. Or this could happen. Oh, I got hiccups. Oh no. Be prepared, but no hiccups. Oh, maybe not. Going max speed. Well, I guess I could go faster. I suppose. Sorry, any and everybody who's queuing up a new Babbage. I'm going as fast as I can. This is the slowest glomp. What? No! What? No, go down, 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 no! What's happening? No! No, seriously! Oh, shit. Well, I'm getting beheaded. So that's cool. Jesus, what? What? Okay. I did just request the thing again, if that wasn't clear. Oh my god. I was hopeful. I was far too optimistic. That wasn't a smart idea. I recognize this. I recognize this. But I thought I could fit. I thought I had a very limited opportunity where the door was like in the middle of its animation. Clearly I was wrong. Also, does this auto close after a time, or do I have to just send it? Because that doesn't send it. I don't like the idea of having to walk onto the elevator and then hit the button. That seems weird and unnecessary. Oh! Oh, wait! wait a minute. Sorry, I just had an idea.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, so you know how the, you know how the Reliant has a transformation? And it's super weird. And it kind of makes it very awkward. Because it's a very wide ship, but very, you know, short ship. What if there was a ship that did the same sort of thing, but instead of the wings going, like, you know, going vertical, it was just, the landing position was them going forward to back, and then they just rotated. I'm not suggesting that would be practical in any sense, but an interesting thought, I think. Oh, okay. Also, FPS. Oh my god. Thank you. That's all I needed. Validation that my thought was indeed a thought. Now moving on to, now moving on to, Tavaran's space truck fighters. Hover truck fighter. No, I do wonder actually how many snubs we're gonna end up with. Cause like, I don't know, the idea, I think there's a pretty valid place for snubs. I mean, like, if you just had a Gladius, but shrunk it down, because, like, took out the quantum drive, took out the quantum fuel tank, shrunk it down to an appropriate size to fit all the components, and just, you know, made it cheaper as a result, and like, you know, maybe instead of fitting 3 in a Idris, you could fit 4. You can fit more than 3 Gladiuses in an Idris, but you get my point. Like, I could see that being a thing. It would be kind of funny to, like, you know, have had the whole like light fighter craze where we just kept getting more and more and more and more and more light fighters. And then now it's the snubs, the snubs, the snubs. Now imagine if you could fit... Now imagine if you could fit 12 snub gladiuses. "12 machetes." No, that's too simple of a name. Oh, also, I did get some rice flour to hopefully make some rice bread. So, you know, get some inspiration from Star Citizen from time to time. Where's the avocado and corn? Oh my god. As a Californian, I'm legally obligated to promote avocado. That is true. I mean... Okay, if Aegis made a competitor to the F8 and it was called the Zweihander, I'd be pretty down with that. But I feel like that isn't exactly... I feel like that isn't really their vibe. But again, I'd be down for it. Hello, Aegis mannequin boy. Well, Monty Salon. Hello? Reservations only? Well, how do you like that? You dingus. I think I've gone the wrong way for the commodities. I'm not just walking around here for no reason. But it does happen. I do get distracted. You know, I do wonder. They've mentioned... Let's get a deluxe. Why not? Sorry, nothing they've mentioned. Don't talk about any... Is that... No. I don't think that's the same guy. It might be the same guy, though. He might be following me around now. Oh no. Oh, you know, so I was thinking about the Ranger also. Like, I'd have to look at the pulse again, but the thing is, the pulse, when they do motorcycles, and I think they are committed to doing motorcycles good. At least in terms of, like, you know, there's gonna be There's going to be proper motorcycle physics. And whether they're going to be useful or not, that is a thing that they'll have to balance eventually. But if you just replaced the grav lift tech on a Pulse with wheels, A, could you do that? And B, like, would that, I mean, it'd probably make it a little bit larger. Maybe? Yeah, but also the gun sticks out quite a bit, so probably not actually. But yeah. I want to get a tiny motorcycle. Something that isn't the size of of an anime protagonist's ego. That is true. I should actually watch Akira. I have no idea. That wasn't a reference to Akira because, as previously mentioned, I haven't watched it, but I assume it's probably not too far off. Also, I did not get a confirmation of whether New Babbage sold. Holy shit! Didn't I buy this for like, well, I guess 5 digits, and now I'm selling it for 6? Gonna have to remember this. That's kind of worth it. Very nice. Are you, Solar, are you saving up for anything out of curiosity? Cuz you know, I mean, I'm not looking for a handout. But also, if you have any spare credits to help a wee bun out, especially after reclaimer nonsense. I mean, if I did get an 890, I would be obligated to use it as much as possible. Which, I mean, that's pretty, goes without saying, really, but, you know. That is also true. Oh, but it's gonna be a pain. That would be a pain to fly around, though. At least I would think it would be. Could also just empty out the Starlancer and, you know. I mean, I know it can hold a little bit more than 6 of the large crates, but I don't want to mess around with anything more. That's fair. I wonder how much of an episode it'll be to fly it in atmosphere, because they mentioned that they wanted to do capital ship changes for you know, which I assume probably won't be like super crazy, but because they still have to fly in atmosphere to varying levels of success, but okay, let's see here. Okay, I like your energy drinks. Oh, you know what? Oh, I like your outfit. I thought it was unique for a second, and I was like, no, this isn't unique. But you know what? I still like it. Port Katsu? I could go for a... Well, Port Katsu does sound good. It's what's inside that counts. Or did somebody just... Oh. Oh, that's just... Okay. For a second, I thought somebody just left a fucking sandwich on the chair. I guess that's kind of what they wanted to go for. Also, really, if I wanted to do cargo, I would get a raft. Like, it's cheap. They upgraded the cargo. It's also like, you know, relatively, more accessible. I don't know. It might be a little bit of a pain, but that's like... That's the thing. The thing with the stuff in the thing. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Also, if I had to judge the, you know, the little I've seen of the raft in combat, it's not great at combat, but it is definitely hard to target. Oh, absolutely. Holy shit, yeah. I sincerely hope it doesn't break on you, the auto unloading. Because, like, it worked for me, but that doesn't mean it's gonna work every time.
Tired of travel? Why not rest at the Messin newly renovated accommodation? Located downtown in a luxurious sapphire ground.
It is absolutely not a combat ship. But,
Only a quick ride on the metro.
well, again, it is a... It does not go down very easily.
For the latest updates on ship availability and game
Oh my... What? Let me move! What? Okay. Do I... Let me store this thing. What? I'm hitting the button to store it.
from the best in shopping, dining, and entertainment,
Oh, well, thank you.
be sure to visit New Babbage's renowned promenade.
Oh, I don't have space for it. That's probably why it didn't let me store things. Damn.
From all of us at Microtech, welcome to the New Babbage Interstellar Spaceport. Microtech, the Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
Oh, yep, and of course it works now. Of course it works now.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on your personal items.
I do wonder.
Be sure to visit Wally Spa and Promenade. Only a quick ride on the metro loop.
Well,
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Whether it's the latest in cutting-edge technology or the
I mean, everything's getting wiped eventually, so...
tomorrow has a lot going on today. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
I'm a little terrified of when, like, persistence becomes, you know, like, permanent persistence, or, like, persistence tier 2. I don't know if, like, where they, can keep track of, like, consumables, like magazines and med pens and stuff. And I don't know if they'll keep... I don't know if they'll keep track of, you know, which location you stored stuff at and which you didn't, but, I can tell you right now
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
that if the current state of the game is anything to go by, then holy fuck. I'm gonna have I'm gonna have way too much. Ammo to go around. What? Well, you know what we need. Well, you know what I need to do. Am I just gonna be 890 man instead of Batman? Instead of being the knight, I can be the bourgeoisie. because that ended very well for them. In all fairness, though, I don't see myself as a Han Solo type, but I do see myself as the kind of person who would get the who would own the Millennium Falcon. That seems my speed. Just traditional freighter that had been turned into a little bit of a luxury thing, and then gets converted into a hot rod type deal. That sounds well enough my speed. Oh, by the way, also at the top of stream, I did try to put a Fury in the Starlancer Max. It's painfully close. It is painfully close. But no cigar. I even attempted to put it in sideways into the the rear section, and wouldn't you know it, it did not like that at all. Even remotely. What do I have in my backpack? Oh, some stuff. Okay. Should also, I should probably clear some of this stuff out. Sorry, I'm just thinking, like, you know, I could really see myself just like living on an 890 and that just being the thing I do. But that also does seem kind of ludicrous. I mean, I do have some inventory management to do. But I do kind of like the idea of just having these store all boxes and just having a ludicrous amount of stuff in them. And just like somebody comes on board and it's just like, yeah, oh, you need something? Okay, you can just take it. I don't care. It's all emergency gear anyway. Yeah, honestly though, a raft would not be a terrible option. A terrible idea. Oh, I thought I had something stored in there. I bet that when I was sorting through stuff, I took stuff out of the boxes into my backpack and ran them back. Oh my god, I bet I did that. Instead of just taking it to the... Oh, you know what? I might have done that explicitly because, like, the freight elevator was bugging out, actually. That could have happened. Or because I just didn't trust it, but... You know, that's also pretty fair, I think. Oh, also... Let's get the sustenance. What about all the sandwiches I bought? Oh, you know, I bet I didn't have space for the sandwiches, so I just dropped them all. No, because I think I stored them. Oh well. Oh, so I take it you've tried the 890 construction material grind? Or have you just been waiting for the, for the confirmation on the auto-loading? It shouldn't, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Oh, hell yeah. I do have to admit, though, I, like... when I borrowed your reclaimer, like, trying to store all this stuff was a pain. I was just like, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm not suggesting that they need to have, you know, an auto sorting function. But, like, they need to just design that to where it isn't a pain in the ass moving stuff around. That is true. I mean, that is literally half of the pain just gone. I imagine you can only, like, I imagine that they're gonna be a little bit picky with, like, the maximum amount they'll want to buy. Which I could see that being a problem. Oh wow. Okay, I gotta be honest. I assumed that the 890 mission, like, I mean, obviously it doesn't just like, not everything's instanced. I know that, but the idea that there's like, well, obviously like one around RCorp and one around Microtech, but like basically one per system or one per server per shard. That's kind of crazy. Assuming that you're doing it right now. Because I would have done an 890 mission if I, but also looting everything is a little bit of a pain, but alright, I'm a BRB while while the Lancer struggles to get out of Atmo. Hopefully I won't crash into anything, but you never know. I'll be right back. Okay. I haven't crashed. I still flying. So that's good. Just gotta get cozy here. Comfy cozy. I wonder. I do have a bunch of old clothes, and I do want to try and do some sewing. I wonder if it would be beneficial at all to just use those clothes as stuffing, make a giant cushion to go on the back of my seat. You know, that might not be a terrible idea, actually. Uh... Well, actually, I was thinking more about my back. But the butt is funny. The bunny butt is constantly just rubbing against this hard-ass wood. It's a really good seat, but, you know, just a little stiff. I didn't put a lot of effort into that, and I'm kind of oddly proud of myself. You know, okay, so it is kind of funny. So I had an idea. So I have a folding chair. It's basically two very small mini pallets. I made the chair. And I made an extension for like a headrest. It needs work, but it is detachable. And I had the idea the other day. It was like, you know what? I could just like fold the chair, put the headrest in the opposite way, and then like it's like an extension that it could make like a little bench. I tried that and it did not want to fit, which is very odd, but such is life. And I could not tell, like, it made some sounds that was like, I do not want to be put in this way. But I have, like, you would assume that there would be like some cracking or some, you know, like scratches where, like, you know, the wood was like, or it was where it was tight, and I didn't see anything. So it was like, this is very odd. But I have been thinking for a very long time that, like, I need to actually fix this gosh darn headrest, and I just haven't gotten around to it. You know, I gotta admit, I don't like the snow on Microtech. It's, it gets in the way. A lot. I mean, hopefully there will be things to remedy this FPS radar and scanning. But so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Karna plasma stuff, like, it has some like damage over time thing. So like, and I completely forgot about it. But like, you know, you'll use 5 rounds, you'll stop firing, and then they'll go down. And we'll deal with those guys later. Something I do remember reading about and was like, oh, that's kind of cool, and then completely forgot about. Oh my god. I'm working with what I got here. I need a playback on that grenade. I don't think it did anything. But, eh. So how goes the 890 salvage? Oh. It's probably a safe enough bet. I don't even know how much the bonus actually gives you. But, like, I probably just wouldn't even bother. Please, I want some armor. If you'd please, game. Ugh. And that'd also be a fun... Okay, so... There's a couple of things with the Inside Star Citizens and just the video content that I kind of have hopes for. Or things that I would love to see. Namely, I really want to see, like, behind the ships. Like, I want it to be an actual gosh darn documentary about the ships. Not just a, oh, here's what the ship is. Look at how awesome it is. You know. Cool. No, I want to fucking, like... I want to, like, from concept to flight ready, I want to, you know, hear, like, hey, this is what this is where it had changed, this is some of the progress we were making, and also this is some of the hard points that it, you know, came across. Like, it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be, like, an hour-long feature. And, like, even if it does end up just being, like, this is what the ship was designed to do, this is some of the stuff that happened, tastes like rainbows. That, you know, if you're gonna tell me that a starship paint tasted like rainbows, I would believe you. I would believe you. Genuinely and wholeheartedly. I'd also call 911. Not for my safety, but probably for your safety. But I just remember there was, like, one time, I think with the Santok Yai, where they were like, oh, so, like, yeah, there was, actually we just failed our go, no-go meeting, and it was like, yeah, well, basically there was, like, we were waiting on resources, and, we were waiting on resources, so we just kind of did what we could, and, you know, it didn't look nearly as good as it, you know, should have, so naturally it didn't fail, but it's more like, eh. So, you know, that kind of a thing, and it's like, and I feel like they made a bigger deal out of it than it really needed to be. Like, it's just like, hey, we, didn't have the resources to do a thing, so we tried to sort of, do what we could, and just didn't end up meeting the quality standard. An artist didn't make this art. Surprise, surprise. And I'd love to see, especially with, like, I'd love to see some of that content. And I'd love to see other things, like, maybe just talking with, like, the heads of, some production leads and just getting a sense of, like, okay, so here's kind of where our mind's at. This is what's been happening. And with the content, this is what's been happening with the events. And, like, this is where we're sort of going. And maybe sort of hey, like, we're gonna we're gonna have this video, we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna open it up to Spectrum and, you know, talk about it a little bit more directly with the community. I'd like that. That'd be cool. Taking it away from you, and we'll give you a little statue in your hangar as compensation. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this M50 and like, that's all. Holy shit, this thing is. The dude just fucking left this thing out here for like. Well, I want to say 5 years, but obviously not quite that much. Look, that fucking paint is all. Oh my god. The fucking tires, the fucking completely bald. We got the Michelin Man here. Oh my god. Put the M50 on the list of Origin ships that I think are cool, but probably will never use, even remotely. It's true. How much is the M50? It's probably a ship that I could play around with for a little while, but if I really wanted to, but eh. IRL. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean trespassing? This is my ship. In-game, it's not too expensive. I could buy one in-game, and that'd probably be the better way, because I don't think it's available at all times. $100? Yeah, okay. Go, go! What is happening? Come on! Oh my god! Jesus! How was I trespassing? What the fuck? Oh my god. Alright. Narrowly avoiding death. Oh, am I still getting fucking shot at? Jesus Christ. Well, that's fun. Probably. Well, you're gonna be doing. Well, you're probably gonna be messing around with 890s, so I'll go to ArcWarp and do stuff. I think I'm good for soloing. Just feel like the days might be behind me at some point here. Eventually. I should see if I can convince my friend to play some Star Citizen. Like, Sundays would be bad. Well, I just stream real late, and he, works. So, presumably, probably too busy. I think the last time I was like, hey, we should try hanging out, it was like, Wednesday good? And I was like, yeah, before stream. And it was like, oh. I was thinking, like, exactly when you streamed. I was like, oh. Well, no, that's not gonna work. My friend does not stream. Or the friend I'm talking about does not stream anyway. I don't know what his work schedule is either. But I mean, I think it's a 9 to 5, but it's probably not every day. I don't know. But no, it was, I was like, as long as it's not, we can hang out, as long as we can hang out on a Wednesday as long as I'm home for stream, and it was like, oh. He was thinking we would hang out after he got off of work, to specify. Wow. Wow. Interesting. 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. just to make hanging out awkward when you stream. Oh my god. I have a fucking chess table that I still need to finish it up. But like, I have a chess table that I've had for like a year, which is mostly my fault. It's just like I haven't worked on it a huge amount, but yeah, that's just a thing in my backyard that he needs to take home. Also, in Final Fantasy news, hot damn. So I don't know if this was like, I don't know how long ago this was, but NVIDIA leak is 7/8 correct so far. To all leak deniers, there is no way you still think the list is fake at this point. And the list of things that have come true: a Chrono Cross remaster, Final Fantasy VII remake, Final Fantasy Tactics remaster, which that one is new. That one, like, was today or yesterday. Kingdom Hearts 4, new strategy game, Tactics Ogre remaster, unannounced card game. And the only thing that hasn't happened is a Final Fantasy IX remake, which... like, cool, but also I honestly do kind of think that Final Fantasy VIII is the game that deserves... like, it doesn't... Final Fantasy VII gets a remake because it was super popular and they want to capitalize on that. Final Fantasy VIII would get a remake because, like, the first experience was interesting in a lot of ways that might not necessarily be described as good. Although I wouldn't say no to a Final Fantasy IX remake. I really want to see what the fuck they do with Chocobo Hot and Cold. I also want to see... well, I also want to see the rat cry. Freya Crescent needs to shed some tears. Or possibly not, I don't know. Okay, I'm hoping the game loads before it just assumes that I crash into the station. This game is poised to give me freaking aneurysm. But somehow no dropped frames. I don't know what to make of this. And also, I don't know why I'm trying to pull up here. This is a terrible idea. But we just about made it. Game was just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Oh, my thrusters might be damaged. That would probably make sense. How does my ship fucking look? It does not look like it's about to explode. What else I gotta check, actually? So I know that the 400i... I know that the 400i is expensive because it's an Origin ship. I don't know what the cost comparison really ends up being with that, but... I will maintain, and I think it's pretty fair. That's good. No crime stat for fracturing 890. That is good. Good. I maintain that the 400i is a Cutlass competitor. It is it is large for that comparison, but that is what it is. And, I mean, like, in all fairness, it is large. It has a good number of rooms if we're going to make that comparison. But I don't think it's unfair. It's a waste of money competitor? Fair enough. Oh, actually, I want to deposit my stuff and make sure my spawn location is a reset. $11.5 mil? Going off of the opium theory that maybe they put a med bed in the... that they give it a tier 3 med bed. Just lowest tier, doesn't need to be super fancy. But going off of that absolute hopium dream, yeah, that'd be okay. That'd be worth it. But without it, that is a pretty hard sell. Taurus for 8 mil. It's true. Oh, right, there was just no fucking loot. And you can get this thing for like... You can get this for like... No, it's like 10 mil, I think. But it's still like it is around the same price now that I'm thinking about it. But disregarding price, right? Like in terms of like its capabilities, its armaments, its, you know, cargo space. I mean, it's... Yeah, I mean, maybe... Okay, in all fairness, yeah, it is a little bit larger than, like, a freelancer, and it might seem, in some ways, a little bit more capable. And cargo, not at all, but... Hey, Andromeda.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
The 400i would be a good...
Has been moved to our storage.
The 400i would be a good villain ship. For them to just run around. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. In terms of 400i's specs, taking all of them into consideration, it is absolute ass. I mean... Yeah. Oh. Gotta use that Ethernet. Hopefully not the hotspot. Apparently I am on a hotspot right now. Good lord. Hmm. Oh, damn.
Delta RX, medicine isn't only about
That's fair. That's true. Yeah, so it is a little foggy here. Well, it just happens, you know. Dan the Vent Man is a lazy fucking asshole who does not fix the humidifier, and it just gets like this. As an Arc L1 frequenter / resident, can confirm. Big warm rock. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Manifestation of my mind. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Do people who have like reptiles as pets, do they just let them rest on heating pads? Is that a thing? That would make a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know why it's such a epiphany to me, but feels like it kind of makes sense. Hmm. I mean, you could have a sunroom and or make a little lounge for them. Heating pad or a heating light? Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess like natural light would be kind of iffy. And also, well, I want to say not super effective, but also that's what they you know. But they just lie on a tree branch and they just let the natural. They're just out in the nature and they let they let the sunlight hit them. They're just let. Okay. Fair enough. Well, also, I mean, I guess that's also probably a different climate thing because, like, I don't know because I've never had a reptile as a pet. Um, I like, yeah, okay, 7 months out of the year, I doubt it would get even remotely cold enough to be a problem for a reptile where I live. So, like,
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
oh, oh no, what happened?
Hi, welcome.
Oh, oh, um, Do you want to send me the message so I can so I can it's, I can imagine that'd be a goof. Subtropical environment, so the tropical environment.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Okay, alright. Ah, fair enough. That's fair. You know, I have my AC running right now, and like, at this hour, for how long it has been running, I don't think it should be... Like, my room should probably be cool enough where it doesn't need to... Where it doesn't need to worry about the cooling, but apparently it does, which is a bit concerning. Oh, it's okay. Just gotta get the brain juice. It'll be all better. Oh my god. I feel ya. My god. I shouldn't say, but I will say that there was a stream in recent memory, which I mean, 2 months feels like last week when I'm trying to remember. So, like, I don't know, but there was a stream where I was, for at least some of the stream, completely naked. That did happen, and you will never know. I could be naked right now. And you would still never know. I just had a really stupid thought. So, like, is there a way... Fair enough. Wait. Sorry. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so... Not safe for work VR chat models? How good's the tracking on that? Can you set up the thing? Is that an option you could do? I don't need to know this information, but now I'm curious. But I also don't want to look that up. I mean, I don't see why that couldn't be a thing. And yes, for Lapine. That is true. That is true. It is a thing? Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. I'm just, oh my god, I don't even know what to think about that. I was gonna say, like, wait a minute, how the fuck did we even get on this conversation? But it was all me. It was all me.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Doesn't let you add a tracking node to it. Oh, what's the other system? Because there's only two systems? Ah, there's another...
Vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
There's another thing that's same sort of thing as VR chat, but I can't remember. But who would go through the effort of putting that in there? Probably modders. Probably modders. It's fair. That's also fair. Desperately horny beings. Yep. Also, equally as fair. Oh my god. I can just imagine the articles in GTA 6 about virtual sex. That's totally gonna be a thing. I'd be disappointed if it wasn't. It'd be 0 out of 10 immediately. I did ask the question. I was gonna say also that, hey, by the way, I'm actually, there was something about it's official, and I immediately was like, oh, hey, by the way, I'm affiliate now. I think because Twitch, like, moved the goalpost. But I'm affiliate now, so, you know.
Thank you.
Earned the BMW. Draining the balls. Thank you. Thank you, Andromeda. Oh my god. You know. That also reminds me. And I don't know, because this is like new news. This is very fresh, hot off the presses. Right straight from the Panini press of life. My dad has traded a trailer for a Mercedes. Which I am extremely curious as to, how good of a Mercedes this is. I mean, like, I mean, I repainted that trailer. I put a new wooden floor in that trailer. I have some idea of what it's worth. Getting a fucking car for that says a lot about the car, I think. Old truck hitch on the car if it's a nice one. It's a sedan, I believe. And allegedly, my dad drove it around and tested it out, so it's happening. It'd be an interesting one for a passion project. I'm not 100% sure what his idea is with it, but Mercedes doesn't run, needs a few thousand worth of work to run. Right? I'm not optimistic. But whenever I fucking get my driver's license, maybe it'll be the thing I drive around. I don't know. Pimping and bigotry. I don't have a joke there, so. Damn good pump. God damn. I'm hoping for you, Solar. It would be real annoying if auto loading just did not work. Listen. I understand raps. But I gotta be honest, my entire experience with raps has been taking them off, and I am not a professional, nor do I have the professional tools, in all fairness. And I have repainted a few small, teeny tiny things. I know it's not going to be the popular opinion. I know that raps exist for a reason. I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna recommend a rap. And you're totally valid for ignoring my advice on that one, but also, what the fuck is this thing doing? I also don't know how expensive it would be either way, so. Chicken wraps? Final wrap, oh, House and Revenge, Jesus. It's also why I don't know if I've ever seen anybody wrap a motorcycle, but I don't know why the fuck you would. It'd be a very strange thing to do. At that point, it's really not that. There's really not a lot. I mean, unless you're looking at like a sports bike, but also that's not going to be that bad for repainting. And like the amount of effort that usually goes in with maintenance on a motorcycle, like the painting it would also like not be a huge deal. Because probably safe to say. Are they? But like, what are you even gonna wrap? The gas tank? I mean, there's other parts of a motorcycle, obviously, like the little covers and the fenders, but like, it would take you like a day to. It would just take like an afternoon to repaint them. What the fuck? Maybe a little bit longer than an afternoon, but still, like, these kids these days with their wraps. Well, I mean, if. But I mean, even then, the fairings on like a sports bike aren't that crazy. Wouldn't be crazy to repaint. I don't know, dude. Listen, maybe I was just traumatized by wraps because I had to take the wrap off of a box truck. Um, specifically, just just to set the tone a little bit for where my head's at there. I I I genuinely don't know how much it would cost to paint. But okay, you know what? In all fairness, no, there are like decal kits that I have seen. Yeah. Oh, what? Okay. No, I'm a door. I'm just going to open and close and then open again.
Try not to get shot in anything valuable.
Oh, come on.
Just place it. The hell with it.
I love when it freezes when I try and turn that corner. So lovely. Oh my god. Oh hey, look at that. I haven't seen the Hacky Madoodle here very often. Nice to see it getting out once in a while. It's going to the, you know, the party locale. Backpack? Okay. Yep. It works eventually. Solar, did the auto load work? The unload work? So super weird hitbox on this. Ah, I see, I see.
I don't appreciate you.
I don't appreciate you! Oh, hey there. Don't throw the grenade.
Just place it.
I was thinking about it. Oh lordy, was I thinking about throwing that grenade. God, I really should just save up for an 890. In-game. I know, in all fairness though, if I did use real money to buy an 890, that would be like my, that'd be a pretty good gift to me, to myself. I don't know what the occasion would be. It would have to be something. It would... it would be hilarious to, have, like, to, you know, start a what's it called? Like an investment. Like, would it be an investment portfolio exclusively for the for the objective of making enough money for an 890? You get the 85X. Oh, okay. That's definitely. I mean, I haven't flown the 85X, or I don't think I've ever flown the 85X around. No, maybe once. It's definitely a cute little ship. It does remind me, though, I need to look into the thing. Ugh. I've mentioned. I don't know if there are rules on talking about like investment things, but I do have some investments that have dividends. I don't know when the dividends pay out. I don't know where to look up that information either. I feel like I should have gotten a dividend by now, but So because I think, and part of the thing is that, like, they're not going to make that whole system, they're not going to make it easy on you. There's going to be some weird, quirky thing that's unintuitive, and that's at least one of the things where genuinely I have no idea where to look for that information, and I really probably should look it up. I mean, like, you know, it's a, you know, they vary by when they pay you out. The auto unloading doesn't work. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's. Oh. Oh, it does work. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh, complete fucking derp. No, that's real good. Jesus. Oh man. Listen. What's the line in Zootopia? We're good at multiplying or something? We're good at multiplying. What would raccoons be good at? Theoretical physics? Probably theoretical physics. Applied theoretical physics. I refuse to elaborate. So the auto-loading does work. That is good, though. Good lord. Oh, god. How much is the cost transfer tax thing on the pay app. And I'm just like, as much as I'd like to joke about, well, would you like to grind out the money so I can get an 890? Like, but that would also probably, like, isn't that putting like 10% on it? Yeah, the 8, oh jeez, yeah, how, that would be a lot. Like a ludicrous amount, right? Also, genuinely, let me know if you want help with that, because, yeah. If you want to do that Sunday, then I will, happily help, because that is... I would totally be down for that. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That is a general thing. If you're ever like, I need all the credits, that seems like it would be a solid way to... solid way to go about grinding. And if you need me to pay you in, if you want to get paid in, Stitcher cores, armor, I'm very willing to accommodate you. Hmm. Yeah, that would probably help. Oh, move all doesn't work. Okay. I was like, why don't I just do move all? Yeah. I feel like I tried using the Trowlers once, and it was like, yeah, maybe just go with the middle option or whatever it was called. It'll probably be fine. You know, also, I know I mentioned the idea of having, like, Saturday Night Special, more like civilian, legally produced Saturday Night Special cheap guns. Kind of wonder what the equivalent of Saturday Night Special armor would be. Gotta admit, that sounds kind of cool. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Because construction materials... Well, I don't know. But I would assume that the construction materials are a lot. Everybody can sell it. Or everybody's selling it because it's just so much easier to. So much simpler and faster to sell. I don't know if this is faster than just like taking all of the armor and just dropping it, but eh. Could also save a little bit of space by, you know, not looting the undersuits, but come on. Who doesn't want a complete piece of garbage to wear as a undersuit? Oh, you know, I was also thinking, actually, when I was talking about, like, hey, what would be a good 3-person ship? And I don't know if it would be a good 3-person ship, but another thing is the Pioneer. Because I want to do crafting, and the Pioneer is all about crafting. And base building, but, you know, crafting. Of just a different kind. And I mean, literally, like, it has the resource extractors and the landing gear. You can just, like, hey, I need a bunch of iron. I just go set up there, and if somebody, you know, finds me, I can just leave. You know, unless they bring the pirate army with them to try and find one, you know, node of iron or something. Which, would be fun to see, but also not very likely. And I don't want to go... I don't really want to go super crazy with this, but also I may as well go super crazy with this. Just to loot the guards. Because somebody's probably going to have railgun ammo on them. Maybe I can take a, let's see. Is this helmet medium? It is a medium helmet. Okay. Ooh, some parallax ammo. That's nice. Nothing too crazy so far, but we still got a few corpses to go. No railgun ammo, but that's okay. I do really like this armor. Like, jeez. I don't know what to say besides I really like this armor. And I really hope that it is not terrible in 1.0. I mean, again, like, it has this whole little, like... It's got this whole, you know, jury-rigged EVA pack. So... Which honestly probably does mean it's gonna have to be a compromise of a few things. But... damn if it don't look good. And I also wonder what ships they could do with the 890, because, you know, I mentioned before, like, oh, you know, they could do like they could do the Polaris or the Idris, but if they did the Polaris and the Idris, then, like, they would be leaving open the possibility for people taking the weapons off of the Polaris and Idris, and that probably wouldn't be that great. For a balanced economy and all that. So what I'm saying is that they need to make, like, they need to make an entire thing of civilian ships that are 890 sized. So I can kill hijackers on them. The Kraken would be a good one, actually. A real good one. And probably the Pioneer as well. And probably in the future, they're, you know, obviously, like, you won't be able to salvage them. Because that would be kind of... You know, being able to do that is kind of goofy, but... You know. It do be what it do be. Oh. Oh. Well, that was fun. Ooh, let's put this away. Oh, and I have a bunch of other stuff here as well. Right, manual door, manual door. I do wonder how the armor is gonna play into everything. Because I have to imagine. But look at these freaking arm-mounted scanner thingamabobs. I mean, that has to do something. Let's see. What? What are you petting? I have a... Every time that anybody says anything that's like that I don't immediately understand, I'm like, wait a minute, did I just forget the past 5 seconds of my life? What the fuck did I just say? What is the context? Oh god. The context! I've lost it. Ooh, I do have water. Also, we're gonna finally get the... Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm like, yes, we're gonna use the MTC. Wait a minute, I don't have a tractor beam that's worth a damn. It's okay. I also kind of wonder if an advanced part of scanning could be that you have your ship's sensors connected with your ground sensor, or with, like, linked to you. So the ship's far more powerful scanner can detect a lot more, and you can use that to your advantage. That'd be interesting. I mean, there'd have to be like an active element to it, and it could be countered by hacking play or hacking gameplay and any other number of things. Oh, I'm going in too fast. I'm gonna get shot at here. But the terrain is nice and flat, so... Should be just a straight shot there. Do I have a specific button for my doors here? do have a switch, but it's not a switch I can use. I'll open it manually, I think, but yeah. Oh, not that much. I think that should be fine. I hope that's fine. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I don't know. Thing is, I don't really see myself getting into too many needing 3 people too often. Or getting into group play too often. It's happened relatively frequently. Relatively recently. And it will happen again in the future. Definitely. But, yeah, I don't know. I do think the TAC is probably... I mean, the TAC isn't a bad goal, and we'll have to see. I know the Apollo is a thing, but... Don't know anything about the Prowler variant that's been teased. And my only idea for a Prowler... My only thought was something that wasn't actually a Prowler variant and just looked like it. And people are assuming that it actually is a Prowler variant. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's probably a pretty good guess. And I think the Prowler, and by extension, a variant of the Prowler is probably out of my price range. In-game, definitely. IRL. What? Holy shit, why did they just start shooting at me? When I left my ship? These clever bastards. Okay, well, hang on, we gotta deal with this. I don't know if it was on stream or not. I tried shooting one of these turrets. It did not want to really do much. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Gonna get in the turret seat. Just so I can hopefully see. I think my ship should be able to handle a few shots. But these stupid long fucking animations are a pain in the ass. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. Jesus, there we go. If I was using that as an anti-air turret, I'd probably be more okay with it. Oh, you know what? I wonder if you can just loot the attritions off of those guys. I mean, destroying them probably is, you know, gonna make that a solid maybe, but... solid maybe? Better than a Nobi? Does seem like I took an amount of damage. But that's okay. Just take this entire gosh darn outfit because it's very, very necessary. I do wonder. I think probably they could make a variant that has like a tractor beam on it for the MTC. I think that would probably be decent. I'm also trying to think, do they have... They gotta have other variants of the... Wait a minute. Did I... How the fuck did I put my tractor beam... How did I de-equip that? That's no good. Yeah, I mean, this is like... I don't see the looting here, like... I don't see this being any less chaotic in the future. Like... I mean, they could they could definitely make a system that, like, neatly piles things up and just, like, sort of turns off... Maybe it's, like, turns off the physics for just a second. But I don't know. I think that would... that sounds doable, but who knows. Also, like, turning off the physics on an object and then turning it on also that's definitely room for a bunch of problems. Also, I am thinking that probably if you want to do this, probably recommend... The guns would definitely be good to get. I'm thinking the undersuits probably definitely not. Like, unless you like the undersuits. I'm trying to think, because maybe it would be better just to get the core armors. But I don't know. I'm also looking at this more for the loot than the actual mission itself. Just the credits you get from this pay the bills, as it were. Hopefully they do, anyway. We will have to see. Trying to tractor him out. Oh my god. That hip fire was a paid actor. A bribed actor, more like. I guess I can't really use grenades here. Lest I murder a friendly civilian, I guess. So not looking like a lot of loot, but that's okay. I am thinking though that, yeah, I mean, the tack, if I was just gonna do this solo, the tack is also gonna be pretty decent for me. It's just, tack is really not a solo ship. I mean, like, should there be better options? There definitely could be. I mean, all I'm asking for is a medbed, room for an Ursa / MTC sized thing, and, I mean, frankly, not even that. I mean, just that. Not even living space or anything. I mean, I don't need that. It'd be nice, but I really don't need that. Well, butter my biscuits. Decent haul for weapons, but... I can't wait for them to also just randomly throw in an event or a new faction that uses the Cadillo helmet. I do like these dudes who just have a wider variety of random stuff. God, like, actually it is real nice. There's gonna be something good in here, though, that... Yep. Alright, let's see. Well, that makes that part easy. Honestly, I'm gonna drop the F-55. And I... Oh, okay. Now I can just take that then as well. Take that. This is the... Yeah, that is the tractor beam. These ain't gonna fit. Yeah, we'll just ignore them. I don't think I looked in this one. I guess I did. Oh, yep, I did. I did. We'll see. I might do... We can do a few more. I'm definitely down for just some chill stuff. Yeah. Again, I also... Just to reiterate, I will get emotes and all the affiliate related stuff. I will get that done. It's gonna take time. But it will be done. Oh, damn. Sorry, I didn't recognize that, my backpack was... I don't know what the comparison or what the numbers are. Also, this takes a long ass time to take these down. Let me look, actually. Vehicles. I guess I probably can't look at them right now. I'm fairly confident that these are size 2s. Can do staggered firing. Just because they're firing doesn't mean that they actually have a line of sight. Maybe just my hope that I'm not gonna go back to a broken ship. Because if that's the case, then I am kind of screwed. I could use the railgun to destroy this, but I'm not. Because, well, the ammo. I gotta sell the ammo, but well, I guess I could take the railgun ammo out of the railgun. Actually, I don't know if I can. It's worth a shot, but I probably will forget. I think that's enough turrets to not have to worry. I think there's probably 1 or 2 left, but that's okay. Oh, geez. And also, I don't know if I'm sure I've mentioned before, it does seem like 1SCU boxes are definitely going to be a thing, are going to be an important thing. But also, doesn't it just seem like it's kind of, like, I don't know, in a world with all of these different sizes of containers. I mean, like, I don't know. They didn't make, like, really weird oddball ones. I think they're all pretty reasonable. Just a matter of, how much stuff you gotta move. Alright, we're gonna close her up. And we're just gonna move these over to the other side. And I think I can store 3 tall, but let's just store them all in a nice, neat row. It does seem like trying to fit 32 SU containers in here would be kind of a nightmare. I can fit anything else in this thing, which I'm gonna max this out. Definitely. I did kind of have the perfect amount of Karna ammo, though. That's nice. Just, oh... I know that Misty typically has... Did I get 2? Hang on. Well, that's bugging out, so that's fun. We'll just... I'm gonna put this here because this does need to be here. Either for emergencies or just because it's a place to have a tool. Misty usually uses the 8 SU box. That's a perfectly fine thing to do, but I want to use like... I want to use the 2 SU boxes because they're stackable. Well, because they're a little bit easier to maneuver around, and it is 2 SU wide, but I want to give myself a decent amount of room to work with. I know I said we can do a few others. I think for right now, I think I should call it. I think I should call it solely because I don't trust this. To be completely frank, I don't trust it. Yeah, and I think we've had we had a good length. I also need to... I'm helping my grandfather out tomorrow, so I don't want to be up too late. And I have all these emotes to make now. And all the stuff to set up, which also it does mean I need to get back into digital art, so that is going to be a thing. But yeah, I'm just gonna deposit all of this lovely, lovely loot. Yeah. Not much else to say.